Just fine.
Okay. Oh, you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Councillor Daniels. I don't know what that.
My generosity was too much for him. Just stole
Welcome, everyone. Councillors, there are just a couple of councillors absent from the room for just a little while, so I won't be talking to quality just yet. Councillors, we've got a reasonable sized agenda here for consideration this afternoon. The notice that obviously minutes of the previous standing committees will be adopted as part of the meeting. It's part of our new, I guess you'd say, process around not adopting the ensuing general meeting. We've left until the following. Councillors, everyone is going to be present. I'm going to make an assumption there. We have an apology from Councillor Nixon. Someone having moved, Councillor McIndoe has moved Councillor Nixon's apology, seconded by Councillor Roth. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried on. Councillors, any leave of absence required for forthcoming meetings? I will leave, perhaps we'll leave it open to when Councillor Dodd and Councillor Brothers Smith are here, there might be they need there, so I might come back to that. Councillors, as we have adopted under our reconciliation action plan, we acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and we pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. All right, councillors, we're getting to those confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. That is the General Council meeting on the 16th of April 2019. So they start certainly on page 5 of your agendas. Running through, someone present like to move those. Moved by Councillor, I nearly said Councillor Nixon, Councillor Cypher, seconded by Councillor Daniels.
No, it wasn't me. I wasn't present, so it was Councillor Brimbletoe.
You're only the seconder on this occasion, so it doesn't matter.
But I didn't actually second anyway.
Okay, sorry, it was Councillor Brimbletoe. Just leave a little bit one way, Councillor Brimbletoe, so it doesn't look like you're putting a hand up there. All right, councillors, just cast your eyes over those just to make sure they're right, unless there's something noticeably out of line there, but I think that's all pretty much straightforward. Yes, we're close to 5 o'clock. There we go, councillors. Well, unless there's something dramatically wrong there, councillors, it's been moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried on. Right, councillors, as I said before, in the minutes of our standing committees from the 16th. So 5.2, 5.3 and 5.4, can we adopt them all together? Yeah, Mr. Mayor. I think so. Councillors, so they start on page 33 and run right through. Councillors, someone like to move those? Moved by Councillor Roth, seconded, Councillor Brimbletoe. Clearly, Councillor Brimbletoe. Councillors, just run your eyes over those too, please. This is a matter of course. Right, councillors, there's nothing untoward there. It's been moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Right, any business arising out of those minutes? Quite a lot of them there. All good. Councillors, we're going to review the outstanding meeting actions, which you probably have a very clear version of electronically. I'm certain that A3 of you are reading them longhand. Any queries there?
Number 2 of the outstanding actions, is that the one? On this page.
Yes, on the salmon coloured page, I'm assuming. That's a report of the audit committee meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
I actually sent an email to the GM just earlier on that I would ask the question, so
yes.
I'm asking the question that No, it's not here.
Oh, right, okay.
Because we have an audit committee meeting shortly,
Yes.
I'm wondering what will be brought to that, please.
Oh, as in what is the
What is,
upcoming
it's
agenda
not
item?
started, it says it's not started, so the recommendations from the internal audit plan.
Yeah, so this one is in relation to inventory management practices,
Yes,
including personal protective equipment
and
and portable and attractive items. So the audit committee, as Councillor Rob points out, at its meeting on Valentine's Day, supported the recommendations from that internal audit, and this report's indicating that there's been no progress. I don't think the report is saying the right thing. I imagine there would be some progress on some of the recommendations, but I can't be conclusive. So we can undertake to get you some feedback on that one. I know we've got our audit committee meeting next week, but it would be prudent for you to have information on that before the audit committee meeting.
thank you.
We'll take it on that.
Yeah.
The roll and good report through that one. Any other queries on any of that? All good? All right.
Oh, actually,
Sorry, go ahead,
if I may,
Councillor.
sorry,
Yeah, you're right.
the street number,
Which, yeah, number 4?
yeah, number 4, like, when are we going to hear something back about that?
Gerard.
Gerard.
I'll have to take that on notice because of the fact that the last person looking on it left us, so it's finding someone to pick up and redo it.
Can you just even give us a report as to where that other person got up to, like where we're at with it? Because I need to report back to the committee that keeps driving this.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Slider. Any others? All right, councillors, upcoming agenda items. We did have a little bit of an update there earlier today.
Yes, there is, that item number 3, the environmental compliance. It's mentioned a couple of times, from number 3 and number 32.
Yeah.
Please.
I know that just while, through the mayor, while the general manager checks the detail, I was speaking to our manager of water utilities recently. There has been a meeting scheduled between ourselves and the regulator to go over where things are at. And he put the question to me, should he report on it to council prior to the meeting or after the meeting? And my advice was after the meeting, because it'll be a more quality update. So I think you can expect to see that, I imagine, on the agenda for the next meeting, or a meeting in May anyway. I'm just not sure when that meeting is between the department and our staff. And that does, well, I shouldn't point, it's not just that one GM, that involves 3 GMs, staff from 3 departments.
So it's also number 11 as well. So it's.
So in terms of the system there, I mean, we capturing that just from another 7 notes, or just to, so you've got it in number 3, number 11,
Number
and the
32.
32. I think the integrity of this system is that we don't take it, we could easily rationalise the report and have it in one place, but for completeness, and I suppose it doesn't show us in a good light, but for completeness, we're trying to demonstrate when it was supposed to go to council, or when it was anticipated that it would go to council, and it stays on that report until it's a deliverable. So I guess seeing warts and all, but if we were to accommodate a practice where we keep deleting it because we fail to meet the time frame, that doesn't help.
You happy with that, councillor?
Yeah, that's fine.
Any others? And as the usual invitation to obviously add to that as necessary, you can advise that to any chairs of those meetings and or the CEO. All right, councillors, material personage of conflict of interest, personal gifts and benefits. I don't think one received any prior to the meeting, so councillors, anything to declare now? Any matters today? All right, Mr. CEO, there's no petitions tabled?
No, nothing.
Okay, decisions, these are out of action reports, and councillors will probably do the similar practice we did last meeting in relation to, whilst the agenda is certainly broken up into action reports, some closed session reports and then discussion reports. We'll refine, I guess you'd say, the need to go into closed session at just one occasion, so we'll leave that till the end, just for the courtesy to our live streamers to get a continuous, I guess, view of our meeting until that point of time, and anyone that might be in our public gallery. So we'll leave that to there. So, councillors, I think if we move down the agenda items there, we get to corporate services, which is 11.2, and that relates to, and 11.2.2, which relates to vehicle donations. The first one is the Central Queensland Pet Rescue on page 59 of your agenda. So, thank you. Yes.
Report the CQ Pet Rescue. I think you'll all be aware of the work they do in the Central Highlands community, rescuing animals, cats and dogs from the towns that are approaching their time as far as euthanasia goes. So the report outlines in their letter attached. I must say, I'd love to say the typo in there, the date of their letter is a typo, but unfortunately it was written some time ago and this report is only now just making council's table, so apologies for the delay. But the request there was to support the group by providing a second-hand vehicle to them to replace the existing vehicle, which, as you'll see in their letter, is an old machine they got from the wreckers and done by local tradesmen. Recommendation is that the council provide Unit 1296 Mitsubishi Triton 4x2 dual canopy to the CQ Pet Rescue Group with the current roadworthy and transfer of registration. There's a table there showing some stats from the group. We did try to get an update on the current year before the report was presented, but we couldn't get those numbers for some reason. But you'll see they do provide a good service across the community. Being a community organisation, the local government regulation allows the council to make a donation of a valuable asset, as it's called, so a vehicle greater than 5,000 is a valuable asset. So council is within its rights to donate the vehicle if you decide to do so. And the options, as you'll note there, were simply to provide the vehicle without registration or to provide it with registration, and value-wise it's worth between $8,000 to $11,500 market value, so it's not an expensive item as far as council's overall fleet is concerned. Happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, thanks, Rob. Question, Councillor Rob.
So Rob, when is the registration due? So if we did it with a roadworthy certificate inspection, and they paid for the registration, is there registration on it now?
Couldn't answer that one, I don't think, Councillor Rob.
Is it there somewhere? Sorry, I wasn't sure.
No, I'd have to check that for you,
Yeah,
to do that this afternoon if you wish.
So that, oh, I feel that it's a bit tough, just cancelling the registration and giving it to them, because they'd have to get a certificate of.
The expiry date's 2nd of the 8th, 2018.
So they've got a couple of, 2018?
Yeah.
Oh, it's expired.
Without having a lot of knowledge, and there's no just a couple of conversations with the manager of corporate services, this vehicle was identified in that transit vehicle, so we actually made, I guess you'd say, as a pathway towards the auction.
Yeah.
So as they became available, and obviously the time taken was obviously in respect to obviously that change of policy. If council can recall, we were certainly concerned about obviously handing over sort of unsuitable items to different people, and we had a major tractor issue, and obviously then it puts certainly council in a position of certainly compromising the goodwill and certainly the good feeling of being able to contribute. So I know the manager was trying to make sure that we observed, the letter of the policy, and obviously, I think in terms of then the vehicles that were certainly being surrendered towards the auction, their registrations weren't renewed because they were going to be disposed of. So that's probably currently where it sits. You know, they had asked us for this vehicle, as you know, CQ Pet Rescue. I think it would be proper to observe that they do actually work very closely with Ranger Services in terms of facilitating certainly an assistance to, you know, taking in animals where possible, and certainly ameliorated the need for certainly euthanasia of their facilities on a lot of occasions, and rehoming lots of animals has been able to happen. So I guess that was the background for it, and obviously a suitable vehicle has come through the process, and officers have diligently made sure that they've done that, or adhered to that process to my knowledge. So, any other questions?
No.
Well, Council, at an appropriate time, I'd like to think that we might all, if there is a hand over that vehicle, we might be there to do that. So we'll certainly let people know when it's locked down. The recommendation is there that we agree to approve that donation of that unit, number 1296. I'm happy to move it. Moved by Councillor Daniel, seconded Councillor Brindlecombe. All in favour? Against? Thank you, carried. All right, 11.2.2, I think, Rod, you might take this one on as well, the vehicle donation to Warabinda Aboriginal Shire Council.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. As you'll note, there's been a request from the Warabinda Aboriginal Shire Council to assist them by providing a fit-for-purpose vehicle that they can use towards the maintenance of the infrastructure, the roadworks. We have been after a letter from the council which only arrived this morning, so I might just read from that as well. Council is seeking Central Highlands Regional Council's assistance in obtaining a job truck. Job truck will be utilised by our roads crew to continue to develop our skills and opportunities at the Memorandum of Understanding between Warabinda, Central Highlands and Department of Transport and Main Roads as created. Due to limited budgets, our council is unable to allocate funds towards purchase of a new truck. We have identified that a second-hand unit that is fit for purpose would be sufficient to meet utilisation expectations. And again, regulation, the local government regulation allows the council to make donations to another council, another government entity, which definition includes the council. The particular truck in question here is a unit number 7104, the Nissan UD, tip crane truck, registration number as provided in the recommendation there. Both councils and Main Roads entered that agreement some years ago. Council is financially challenged and request is seen as a way of Central Highlands Regional Council assisting its neighbouring community with the provision of an access vehicle to Council's fleet. The vehicle has been identified as a fit for purpose for the needs of the Warabinda community, and our council staff believe it will provide for greater efficiency and provision of a variety of infrastructure services across that council area. Jason Houlihan is in the room. Jason has been doing most of the discussions, negotiations with Warabinda staff, so if you have any particular questions around those negotiations, Jason will be able to answer those. And again, similar options to the previous report, transfer the truck with registration, without registration, or in this case here, a third one was to trade or auction the vehicle. Value-wise, a bit different. Current written down value is $40,820, while market value estimate is between $35,000 and $45,000. And I think that's all the relevant information, Mr. Mayor. Council have any questions? Jason or myself, do you have days?
Probably just add to that very briefly, and it's covered in the report. There is a tripartite agreement between Warabinda Aboriginal Shire Council, the Department of Transport, Main Roads and Central Highlands Regional Council. But beyond that, there is a real spirit of cooperation between the two neighbouring councils, and willingness to work together in conjunction with the state government department to create meaningful work opportunities for Warabinda, and in turn, provided that the council can be set up to do so, in turn that should mean council can maintain parts of the road or conduct elements of maintenance more cost effectively, provided this works. So there's a longer term benefit there.
Right, any questions? And Jason Houlihan is in the room if anyone has any questions.
What they need, Jason, is it? Sorry? Is it what they need?
Yeah, definitely, yes. That's a tip truck with the crane capability is exactly what they need to carry the works.
I just might add that, through our road transport group, that obviously would have been participating where some meaningful discussion happens around certain vehicles. It has been the practice in the past that certainly other councils have provided either pieces of equipment or surplus equipment to help Warrabinda. And we certainly have a situation where any opportunity we've had down there, we've been for some training or some assistance certainly on during the Vinia Road, we would certainly prevail upon them to obviously provide some assistance as well. So within the spirit of that, we won't be the only local government that's helped out, certainly in neighbouring councils. All right, well, look, the recommendation is there that we approve that donation. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Roll, second Councillor Daniels. All in favour? Against? Thank you, Chair.
It goes without saying, Mr. Mayor, that it would be ideal to, at that handover, it might be appropriate for us just to renew our enthusiasm around that MOU. If we're aware of the date and time, I'll do that. I've certainly found it very difficult to attend meetings of late, as I know the Mayor and Deputy Mayor have as well. And it's really thanks to Jason Bullingham and Peter Manning for being the primary reps on behalf of South Charles Sea to maintain those relationships. But this might be an opportunity for us to just reconnect.
All right, councillors, moving along in your agendas there, the next item is actually in relation to the 2020 quadrennial local government elections, the type of ballot that the Central Highlands Council would require. This is under the CEO's hands.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to flip straight to Rodney, who's prepared to report for council's consideration. I'll fully support the recommendation.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. Mr. Mayor and members, as you'll be aware, the local government quadrennial elections will be held on the 28th of March 2020. Local government elections are run by an ordinary ballot, so polling booths and voting on the day, unless the Minister gives approval for the election to be held as a postal ballot or a mix of postal and ordinary polling. But Council received a letter from the Director General, Department of Local Government, just informing Council of several issues around the elections, including the need to apply to the Minister for postal ballot if that's the case. Central Highland Regional Council elections have been postal ballot in the past 3 elections, 3 quadrennial elections, and overall the process would appear to be to offer the best options for voters in the region. Both systems offer pros and cons, but overall it's considered the cost of establishing polling booths across this very large region at the numerous population centres, even taking into account the options available such as mobile polling booths, would far outweigh the benefits some see of holding an ordinary ballot on the election day. Cost of running a postal ballot, we have an estimate from the ECQ, so Electoral Commission of Queensland run all the elections, no longer a council function. Estimated cost $145,000 to $150,000 for this region. There has been a $150,000 allocation put into the draft budget for 2019-2020 budget. And the other issue is that if you are to apply, you must apply to the Minister by the 1st of July 2019. Advice I received from the department was the sooner the better, because we expect quite a few of these applications, and the sooner they have time to process them, they appreciate the early advice. So the recommendation is that Central Highlands Regional Council seek approval from the Minister for Local Government as per section 45 of the Local Government Electoral Act for the Central Highlands Regional Council 2020 local government election to be conducted by postal ballot for the following reasons. Central Highlands region covers approximately 60,000 square kilometres with significant rural and remote areas, and the travel required by many residents in the smaller communities to reach a polling booth on polling day can be extremely difficult. 2, the Central Highlands region accommodates a significant part of Queensland's rich coal and resource sector, which involves residents and shift work, and the availability of postal voting for these people provides a greater opportunity for them to cast a vote. And 3, the previous 3 quadrennial local government elections have been via a full postal ballot, and Council believes the option provides a more efficient and effective process as compared to that offered through an ordinary ballot process.
To the Chair, so Rod, can you clarify that 145 to 150,000 quote, that's for polling booth, was it?
No, that's for postal ballot.
Postal, so polling would be significant.
Yes, that's the conduct of the election.
Yeah. So polling booths were what, significantly more expensive?
Polling
polling
booth,
booth option.
yes, it's more expensive than the quote that they provided to us was for polling booths, from what I understood.
For poll members, okay, so
Which is
it's
about
postal will be
150.
cheaper than that.
Yeah, so this quote, 145k is for polling booths.
So postal is a lower cost to our ratepayers.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, go on.
Mr. Mayor, my experience with them is, they generally run similar costs, but in a region this size, and with the number of small communities you have where you can be expected to establish polling booths, I think you'll find the polling booth option will be dearer than the postal ballot option. In smaller regions that I've worked in, we've done the costing when councils used to run the elections. It panned out pretty even, but that was only looking at maybe 3 or 4 polling booth areas, whereas here, I imagine at least a dozen would have to be established, staffed on the day. You can operate mobile polling booths for 3 or 4 hours somewhere and move them on to somewhere else, but they tend to just generate confusion and anxiety by people. So, postal ballot, you did a review through council, I think, last time after the last election, and there weren't any serious issue raised. There were people complaining about some administrative processes not being carried out. That occurs whether you're running an ordinary ballot or a postal ballot anyway. So postal seems to work very well in the large rural regional areas.
I think certainly since the last local government election, the commission was actually reviewed by the polling person in relation to obviously the swayness and certainly some of the counting results. And there's a concern here that certainly the last 3 postal ballots, the turnout has been somewhat between 66 and 68%, which is probably on the low side, which says 2 things. One is that the electoral roll, and then given the transient nature of certainly that period of time, there was a lot of people moving in and out. In that there were other, certainly local government areas that experienced similar probably turnouts because of the confusion of and not renewing or changing over on the roll. But I think, in this case, we should make sure that, I know there would be perhaps a statewide reminder of being on the electoral roll, but there should be a strong emphasis on making sure that people are registered on the roll, because, we would like to think we should improve the turnout, certainly in the Central Highlands, which was very low, or some of the lowest.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, ECQ certainly have a very wide promotional approach to local government elections, but there's nothing preventing council from also doing its own promotional material to the community.
I didn't think we were allowed to do too much in the way of promotion of election.
If it's simply about the election itself and the process, you're not allowed to promote what council has done.
No, I'm talking about the actual the local government election event.
You wouldn't,
I
through the mayor, you wouldn't get involved in it if you're in a caretaker period. I think in the lead up to that, there would be nothing wrong with the council promoting people, making sure that they renew their information on the voters' roll.
For sure, but I do remember from the last election, we really felt that ECQ fell short in terms of just letting people know how the election was being undertaken. Like most people really didn't know that there was a postal ballot until they got the ballot in the mail. Some people still tried to turn up to a polling booth.
Yeah.
So it was just like the ECQ did a really poor job, I thought, of actually just letting people know how the election was rolling out in local government areas. And every area was a little bit different, because obviously the further west you got, the more that were involved in postal ballots. But
I can add that through the mayor, that at that time, post the last election, we expressed our views and our concerns formally to the Electoral Commission of Queensland. I've got a telephone hook up next week with the ECQ, and I'll reiterate those same concerns in the hope that they can address some of these issues in the lead up to the next election.
Yeah.
That is a bit confusing. You've got a mate down the southeast that they're going to rock up to a polling booth and, because it's not the same everywhere. It's not like a state election or a federal election where it's either polling booths or
And that's those proposed changes that the state we're talking about, those radical type changes, was just to bring local government in line with the state and federal election process. But it has some challenges, obviously, pulled back on those proposals There was a letter I saw somewhere, post last election, that council sent down issued to the commission. I just can't recall exactly what that promotion idea or concept was in amongst it. I'll check on that anyway. Just make sure the CEO knows about that hook up next week.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right, councillors, there we go, that recommendation then with the 1, 2, 3 explanations there has been moved by councillor Brimblecane. I need a seconder. Seconded by councillor Roll. So that we seek approval from the Minister of Local Development and Multicultural Affairs to allow under that section there to be a postal ballot. So moved and seconded, councillors, all in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Councillors, we'll skip now over there's a couple of, as I said, a couple of closed session areas there that will actually incorporate into the latter end of the meeting today. Thank you, Rod. So councillors, the next agenda item actually is on, there's 15.2.1, which is on page 86, which is a corporate communication 4-3 report to council. Now, in case you're thinking there's some apparition there, Andrew Ferris is actually there, but the new staff member beside her, Cara Paredes, is travelled the globe and back again for 18 months, and we haven't got enough time to hear all the stories, Cara, but certainly to you, welcome back. And it's always great when you return home safe and well, so welcome back. And I'll hand over to Andrea.
We have our PowerPoint for me. No, I had it to me.
It's not on a USB stick, I hope.
You have it, or we can just walk through it. Anyway, good afternoon, councillors, and another quarter has rolled around. It seems to come awfully fast. As the Mayor mentioned, I'm very pleased to have our senior officer back with us, Cara Paredes. It's quite a significant day yesterday when Cara came back because it marked the start of us having a full team of very experienced, professional and competent people in our comms team. And it really starts the start of a new era for comms in the council, and it really gladdened my heart, and I think that we'll, even though we do very good work now, I think we'll be able to do better work in the future. So I was very pleased with that. So I will take that you have read the report, and there is a PowerPoint presentation that was attached to that report with just a few highlights in it, which is pretty much follows the same format that we've done in other quarters, where we've just picked out some of the more interesting statistics from what we've been able to measure. And I'll just quickly run through that. You'll notice that there was a spike in media inquiries in Q3. That was basically around water restrictions, pre-election things. But yeah, a lot of it was sparked from the drought and the water restrictions. Hot topics for this quarter were, again, water restrictions. The Capricornian Bank at Springshore, that got a lot of media traction because that was such a good news story. Suicide prevention, that was quite big as well. The pet desexing campaign that's just started, that's also quite popular in the media. The asset auction is always a popular thing as well. And the container refund scheme, which was at the beginning of that quarter. So that sparked a little bit of interest as well. In terms of events, we had a couple of big ones. We had Australia Day and Clean Up Australia Day, and Nicole, our events officer, has provided little post-event reports to the council to talk about how successful they were. In terms of social media was pretty good in the last quarter. We had a few more posts, again, about water restrictions being a big thing. Comments were up, not so many shares, and the reactions were up as well from the previous quarter. Hot topics on social media. There's plenty. Water restrictions made the top again. Australia Day Awards and the fact that our former Mayor Peter Maguire received an AM. That was a pretty big topic on social media this year. The Citizen of the Year, the Botanic Gardens upgrade. Anything to do with the Botanic Gardens, people love on social media and it's really involved in it. Suicide prevention workshops. A lot of people are interested in that, so they got a lot of shares and comments. The Army Band visit event, that was pretty popular. And again, the 2 water restrictions backwards and forwards. The people who like our page, interesting stats on this, and I'm not really sure what to make of them. We had more people in the Emerald area that were interested in our page, but a lot of the others fell off. And I really don't understand what drives that. We don't actually see, we don't get an alert that says suddenly someone unlikes our page, so it may have something to do with the amount of times that they're actually on it or the type of content they click. Social media, Facebook analytics is quite complex, and I don't even try and pretend to understand it, I just report on it. So we'll have to just see that over a period of time and see what happens with that. Okay. E-news publications, a few people dropped off the subscription list, which is not unusual. They moved out of town and they have subscriptions off. I expect that we will be celebrating the 1,000 subscription mark shortly. Hopefully we'll be doing that. Should be good. It's quite popular. Website was really interesting. There was a marked spike in usage of the website in this quarter. Again, I would say due to the water restrictions. The people that visited our website to check out water restrictions information picked all the other topics for that quarter. So normally it's the same: jobs, airport, wandering pets, and water restrictions page visits just blew all that out of the water this time. So that was interesting. You can see how much more usage the website's getting, like over 10,000 visits and sessions from this time last year. So people are using the website, which is good. And it is under review, which I've mentioned before, so we're just looking at changing the front page a little bit, getting a little bit of data about the usability and giving it a bit of a tweak because we've had it for 3 years now. Most popular news stories. You can pretty much read that. Botanic Gardens again, water restrictions, Spiritual Bank, all the same hot topics that were there before. So that number after the popular news stories is how many people actually went to the news story on the website and read it online. Live streaming, total viewers in March, 120, was up a little bit from January and February. The Vine continues to be popular, so we're up to over 10,000 sessions in Q3, so it just keeps growing and growing, which is great. 541 users. The new polo shirt for Fridays is a pretty popular topic on the internet. Jobs, again, a little movie about Thierry is popular. People moving, coming and going is also popular. Okay. People like to know what other people are doing. New people leaving, celebrations, sort of thing. Last quarter we introduced to council the fact that we're now using a service desk and we're having requests for our services. It's proving very popular. We're getting between 100 and 120 requests a month. That's quite a lot of jobs. We have today just looked at our service level agreements. We're tweaking the service desk. Now we've been able to trial it and play with it for 3 or 4 months. So we'll be able to make it a little bit more meaningful from now on. The website and intranet is the biggest category for little things that just want changing. They're just the smaller jobs. So that just gives you a bit of an overview of the type of work that we do and how many requests are in that. And I thought this time I might add a case study on the water restrictions. because it was interesting. Now, I know there was a 50% reduction in water use at the end of this, which is great, but I also know it rained, so I can't take credit for the whole thing, but I'd like to think that the effort that we put into promoting the fact that there were water restrictions had an effect on people, and they did actually take notice of it. You can see that the task we had was just to communicate the changes to the water restrictions. That was what we were tasked with. They're the communications channels we used to spread that message. We had a huge reach in January and March, so 26,000. So that's a number of times, correct me if I'm wrong, Hayden, that those messages arrived on people's devices and they actually got to see them. The water restrictions webpage received over 6,000 sessions, so that's a lot of people visiting that page. And as I said before, for the first time it picked jobs as the most visited page, pretty much in the history of this website. So, and also the news article, so just the news article, not even the front page, the news article itself received over 2,000 sessions. So it looks like we hit the mark pretty well, and as I said, at that time we reduced the water usage thank you also to the rain. Now that wraps it up. Has anyone got any questions?
Well, it's always interesting, like I say, it's always interesting the statistics, there's no doubt about it. Councillors, any questions? Can I, probably an observation, does it change some of the Facebook usage perhaps contributed to a drop off? Certainly that always regional, mate. The bigger towns seem to, for some reason, start on, then you've lost, we've lost effectively about 20 to 30% of people dropped off in quite a number of the smaller communities.
I know.
There's no explanation.
We could research it to try and find out what that actually means. It may be meaningless.
Yeah, but it might be worth, I suppose the next quarter's going to tell you maybe, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's a fair spread, and obviously the others to increase the others. They certainly all did do in the town for a couple of months, I'm sure. Yeah, it is quite unusual.
It is.
Councillors, any other questions? So we've got the names of everyone that watches our live streaming. Then we'll give a big boy out then today, so I know Brian will be watching, so.
I don't know how many of those are actually our staff. Yeah, 99%.
Yeah. Sorry, through the chair to Andrew, do you use any other social media platforms? So I thought we had do we have an Instagram, Twitter as well?
We have a Twitter account, but it's not highly used, it's not that popular. We do have some stats on it, but they don't seem to change much from month to month.
And what about
Instagram we do have, but again, we don't use it. We just, at this point, haven't had time or the resources to put into it. Doesn't mean that from now on, now that we've got a super big team, that we're going to be putting a bit more effort into that.
Yeah, because I guess different demographics use different platforms. Yeah,
that's right. And Instagram relies on video content and imagery, and that's a lot more resource hungry. You've got to be out there to take the photos, or you've got to rely on user content, so other people sending us photos to use or sharing it. So there's a little bit more time involved in Instagram.
Okay.
But it is very popular, and it's growing in popularity. So social media platform is growing and it's taking.
To me, also a lot of our demographic for Instagram, I know young crowd, and Josh runs a very popular Instagram, which really group. So that was super popular group to create information to the same group.
Good point. Good to know.
Right, another questions? Well, the recommendation is there that we certainly receive that report. Is someone happy to remove that? Moved by Councillor Cypher, second Councillor Goodwin-Smith. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Very good. Thank you very much, Andrew, and welcome back, Cara. It'll wear off after a couple of weeks. No, it's great to have you back.
My dream's not going to wear off.
All right, councillors, I might hand over to General Manager Daniel Fletcher just to introduce Kirsten for this development assessment overview, which is The next information report on page 109 of the agendas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, councillors, there was a request from the intent to bring something like this or very similar to it forward, just to run through what the process is from a planning perspective and how that impacts CHRC at this stage. So, unfortunately, Joe's not well today, but fortunately, we will have Kirsten here to run us through what the Planning Act, which was superseded, or the Sustainable Planning Act, superseded by the Planning Act in 2017 July. Yeah, so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll just wait for Marcus to bring up the PowerPoint. Great. Thank you through Mr. Mayor. So Joe did send his apologies, he couldn't be here and wanted to defer, but obviously we couldn't. This is the development assessment overview, which we Joe put together in terms of explaining the development assessment process, the legislation and everything. So he's put together a really good presentation, so hopefully it won't be anything too mind-numbing. Planning legislation can be confusing to understand sometimes, so try to make it as interactive as possible. So if you have questions throughout, feel free to jump in, otherwise we'll take questions at the end. So as Daniel suggested, the Planning Act commenced on the 3rd of July 2017, so that took over from the Sustainable Planning Act, which I'm sure a number of you are familiar with. Prior to that, we had the Integrated Planning Act. So as a way to try and condense the lengthy wads of legislation that the Sustainable Planning Act had and the other associated documents such as making and amending local planning instruments, Queensland planning provisions, and then the IDAS timeframes, which you might all be familiar with, were basically the workflow timeframes. The Planning Act sought to introduce the Planning Act, planning regulation, the DA rules, and SDAP. So in terms of trying to condense it, they just made 4 documents. So you have to go between the 4 documents in terms of different rules and reading the Planning Act. So it can be confusing for people trying to interpret the legislation, particularly our development community, but we do our best to try and explain them and go through the process. So the planning system is about developing Queensland in ways that are good for communities, whether urban, rural, coastal, hinterland or remote. The system operates within the Queensland Government's statewide legislative framework for land use planning. It takes into account the needs of councils, developers and communities. So the planning legislation establishes a framework of planning instruments and processes. These support the operation of the planning system. So you'll see in this slide the different legislative documents and what aspects of the development application process sit within each of those. The legislation also determines which instrument takes precedence at any given time. The hierarchy is important, so it has to be followed. For example, if a local planning scheme has not been updated to reflect a state interest policy, and this state interest is relevant to a development proposal, applicants must defer to the state planning policy, not the planning scheme when lodging an application. So you can jump in and out of the planning scheme where one piece of legislation trumps another. The purpose of the legislation, so the Planning Act, is to establish an efficient and accountable system of land use planning and development assessment that will lead to ecological sustainability. So while Planning Act took away the sustainable term in terms of the Sustainable Planning Act, they are very much governing provisions within the Planning Act document. The Planning Act does define ecological sustainability as a balance between the protection of ecological processes and natural systems at local, regional, state and national levels, economic development, and then the cultural, economic, physical and social well-being of Queenslanders. So the Planning Act, as I mentioned, is the principal planning legislation which establishes the framework for Queensland's planning system. It trumped the Sustainable Planning Act when it was introduced, and it's considered more succinct despite the wads of documents that appended. The planning regulation, which is itemized in the middle of the table there, supports the principal planning laws by outlining the mechanics for the operation of the Planning Act. It documents practical matters such as how development applications are categorised, who will assess the development application, and the matters that trigger state interests. So the regulation is primarily used by practitioners who interact daily with the planning system. There are a further 3 statutory instruments which support the whole Planning Act process, which are the Minister Guidelines and Rules, so you might see that referenced as MGR, the Development Assessment Rules or DA rules which are up there, and the State Development Assessment Provisions or SDAP. So all planners do love acronyms, so we try to introduce them all the time, but sometimes it can be confusing as well too. So with the DA rules, this is an instrument that explains the rules governing how development applications are assessed in Queensland. So it talks about the stages of assessment and then the timeframes of each of those, and then the provisions in terms of stopping the clock. So the developer can stop the clock at any time during the development application process for a cumulative amount up to 130 days. So I will talk about that later in this presentation. The Planning Act is a developer-driven act. That's what they marketed it as when they made all of the changes back in the day to provide power to the developers to enable them to stop the clock when they needed to seek other information or essentially put the application on hold while they consider alternatives. So together, all these instruments provide legally binding instructions for local governments to help them map out and create their local planning instruments. So these are the documents that are guiding us in terms of our planning scheme amendment process, which we had the workshop on the 1st of April. It provides us binding instructions to assess development in accordance with process and procedural requirements, and for the state government when assessing a development application that has triggered a state interest. So this one is in relation to the categories of assessment. So under the Planning Act, there are 3 types of assessment, so prohibited, accepted, and accessible. Under accessible, you do have 2 different triggers: code assessment, impact assessment. So code is the easier one that you want if you're doing a development application, because it gets assessed against the scheme, and then you have to trigger public notification or assessment against the strategic framework as long as it complies. Then you've got impact assessment, so there are longer timeframes for impact accessible applications, so that does require the public notification and also provides appeal rights. So if someone has made a submission against a planning application, or council refuses a development application, the developer can appeal it, or a submitter can appeal it, and it goes through the process through the Planning and Environment Court. So anyone can lodge an application for any type of development except for prohibited development, and councils are legally obliged to accept and assess all applications. So just to provide a bit of context, prohibited development is the sort of development that is not allowed under any circumstances. For example, a proposal to build a childcare centre on contaminated land. Only the state can prohibit developments, and the planning regulation prescribes what developments are prohibited. Accepted development, this was previously self-assessable, so this is the one you want if you want to sail through. Essentially, it's you look after the assessment yourself and make sure that your development stacks up against the scheme. So it doesn't require an application or an approval, but in some instances, the proposal must meet certain requirements set out by council or another agency. So it's generally simple, it's low risk and completely compatible with the planning intentions for the area, which is why development approval is not required. So you'll never see accepted developments in the monthly list or on our track website. A typical example of an accepted development is a home-based business that has no impact on the neighbourhood. So, for instance, get them quite often an accountant working from his office or her office in their home, and they typically have customers that might come once or twice a day, or they do it based on email through correspondence. Code accessible applications help deliver expected development without undue delay, where public notification is not required, whereas impact assessment requires that public notification. The planning regulation also prescribes development which a local planning instrument cannot deem accessible development. An example of this is operational works when undertaken by or the local government. So the level of assessment then for a development application is just determined by the planning scheme. So as we talked about in the workshop on the 1st of July, the tables of assessment is the easiest way to essentially promote development that we want to see in our region. For instance, when the planning scheme was developed, all renewable energy facilities were earmarked as code accessible. Obviously, when you do certain things like that, like blanket coverages, you get the issues that came about with that decision in terms of energy facilities on irrigated land. So you do have to be conscious when deciding blanket rules for making something code accessible or impact accessible. The next one is about the decision rules. So You might recall during the planners, whenever they take a development application to council, they talk about a bounded assessment. So code assessable applications are a bounded assessment. They must be assessed only against the assessment benchmark stated in the categorising instrument. They must have regard to matters prescribed by the regulation. The assessment manager must approve the DA to the extent it complies with the assessment benchmarks, but however can still refuse if we can't condition to meet the benchmarks. Yeah, we generally always issue development approvals with a conditions package. On the contrary, impact applications must be carried out against assessment benchmarks. They must have regard to any matters prescribed by the regulation. They may be carried out against or having regard to any other relevant matters such as planning need or the current relevance of the assessment benchmarks in light of changed circumstances. So it's a more intensive assessment process against the whole scheme in that respect. Under the Planning Act, an assessment manager can only assess code assessable application against what is clearly prescribed by the code. So that's where we talk about the bounded assessment. In deciding development applications, the assessment manager must approve all or part of the development application, approve all or part of the development application with conditions, or refuse the development application. We do also have the opportunity of providing or deciding to give a preliminary approval, a development permit, or both. And then referral agencies, so further in the presentation you'll see a diagram of different elements of the planning process. So referral agencies, other than advice agencies, have the power to direct the assessment manager to refuse an application or to direct that conditions be added to any approval. So for instance, if something is applied for on a state-controlled road or adjacent to a state-controlled road, if TMR don't support the application, we have to follow there in terms of refusing it or imposing strict conditions. So the TMR conditions form part of our, whether it's an approval, the approval package, and then so we have our conditions and then the TMR conditions that attach to that. So in terms of the process, so the process has changed somewhat from the Sustainable Planning Act. It's not found in the Planning Act, but in the DA rules. So as I say, there's a number of different documents that you have to read in parallel. So there's 5 parts to the DA process, which is the application, the referral, the information request, the public notification, and the decision. And so, as mentioned, if your application is code accessible, you don't have to do the public notification part, so you do skip certain areas. Your application doesn't trigger those steps. The DA rules also establish arrangements for changing development application before it's been decided and dealing with missed referrals, setting timeframes throughout the assessment process, including lapsing and revival provisions, and the ability to stop the current period, and determining what is substantially different development. So one change that happened with the Planning Act was the notion of a change application. So for instance, if I had lodged a development application for short-term accommodation and then decided I wanted to, or rural workers accommodation, and then I wanted to change it into a motel, that can comply with the tests for a change application. So we did see that last year in terms of an application for rural workers accommodation that got changed into a short-term accommodation, so a motel. So they do still have to follow the steps, and they need to be publicly notified again if it does trigger impact assessment of the change type. So there are a number of different steps that they have to look into when they are changing their application or extending it. But we do have requirements in terms of accepting applications. So for a development application to be progressed through the development assessment process, it must be properly made. And so for an application to be properly made, it must be made to the assessment manager. It must be made on the approved form, be accompanied by the documents required under the approved form. So that includes your site plans, your development plans, and things like that, or any necessary documentation which might help explain what your development is. Be accompanied by the required fees, so we do have them outlined in our fees and charges schedule, and last year we did in the fees and charges aim to simplify it, even though it added another 15 or so pages to the fee schedule by itemizing each of our development use types by name, so that if you were wanting to develop, and I always come to this one because it's the first one, but an adult store, it clearly says what's code and what's impact, as opposed to if you're doing a house, it says what's code and what's impact. So it makes it easier for are used to open up the document or just do control find and type in house or type in renewable energy facility. And then owner's consent where it's required. So we do often get applications, so a developer might be lodging an application on behalf of an owner and they miss the owner's consent. So we do have to seek that before the application is properly made. So the Planning Act provides that the assessment manager may choose to accept an application as properly made if it has not accepted all of the requirements related to the approved forms and supporting material. However, the assessment manager cannot accept an application as properly made without owner's consent or the required fee. So we do run into a spot bother there where an applicant is requesting a fee waiver as part of their development application. So if they lodge their application today and they meet the requirements for a fee waiver, we then have to wait to get on the council cycle to put the application forward for the fee waiver and then for it to be either refused or approved. So we can't actually accept that application as being properly made until that decision happens. So in that instance where we know of an application that's coming into council, we try and front load that position by having that application to council prior to them lodging it so that they have that decision before lodgement and it can be properly made straight away. So it saves that time frame, but where we don't know of an application coming in that they are seeking a fee waiver, it's an unfortunate delay that they have to overcome. The Planning Act requires local and state governments as assessment managers to publish the reasons for their decisions. So this is required for most development applications, both code and impact accessible. The exceptions to this are applications that involve operational works only or building works accessible against the building assessment provisions in the Building Act 1975. So the decision is up to the assessment manager to do so. The reason this was changed with the Planning Act as opposed to the Sustainable Planning Act was to allow, to ensure, that the assessment managers were accountable for their decisions, and also provides the applicant a bit more of an understanding about why their application was refused if it was refused. So you might recall applications that have come to council for a refusal, the statement of refusal reasons is listed clearly within the start of the report so that it's very clear why we're refusing it and what grounds we're refusing it on. In terms of timeframes, so as I mentioned at the start, the Planning Act is an applicant-driven act. Sometimes this is frustrating for the development community when they're not following the process correctly. Those planning consultants who are lodging applications are aware of the process and obviously try to avoid stopping the clock wherever possible so that there aren't delays. So the graph on the screen, if you can see it clearly, it shows the minimum prescribed development assessment timeframes under the Act by assessment scenarios. So these timeframes range from 45 business days to 75 business days for code assessment, and 60 business days to 100 business days for impact assessment. So one challenge that we have with our development community is business days versus calendar days. So we had an instance just before Christmas where someone was waiting on an approval for a house. They lodged it before Christmas. And so when they had done their calculation, they expected the decision to be out by, I believe it was around the 27th of December, when in fact the actual full time frame was the 2nd of February. So it's just that understanding. So we've got to try and communicate that to our applicants when when the application is lodged, so that they have an expectation. Obviously, we wouldn't push it out to the 2nd of February, but there is a shutdown period that applies under the Planning Act over the Christmas period. So no decisions are made during that period. It covers staff leave, and it's Queensland-wide. It's not just Central Highlands. So the timeframes illustrated by the graph do not include negotiated decision periods or applicant requested extensions. So as I mentioned before, the whole stop the clock scenario. So it does allow them to stop the clock for up to 130 cumulative days at any stage during the assessment process. So in terms of planning instruments, we've got the state planning instruments, which include state planning policy and regional plans, and then local planning instruments, which include our planning scheme, temporary local planning instruments. At the moment, we've got 2, the renewable energy facilities, and then the operational works in the floodplain, and then planning scheme policies. So the state planning instruments set out what the state government has identified as critical, non-negotiable planning matters. So in other words, what Queenslanders value and want to see protected and enhanced. local governments must consider the state interests that apply to their areas when making, amending and implementing their planning scheme. So that was raised during the consultation, the workshop that we had in terms of the irrigation area and whether that was identified as a state interest. The two state planning instruments are the state planning policy and then the regional plans. So the SPP, State Planning Policy, sets out the state planning matters critical to responsible land use planning and development across Queensland. The SPP includes interim development assessment requirements for council where their planning schemes do not reflect the current state planning matters of the SPP. A regional plan focuses on the growth and development of a defined part of Queensland, so there is the Central Queensland Regional Plan. It's due for an update. I think it's hopefully we'll see something new coming out next year or some consultation on updating that document. So regional planning matters are identified in collaboration with local governments, key industry groups and the wider community. Where a regional plan exists, the local government must consider it when making or amending its planning scheme. And when we do assessments, from the template that you normally see, there is an area in there for assessment against the South Queensland, Central Queensland Regional Plan. The regional plans can also be considered as a relevant matter and applied to the assessment of an impact assessable application. So the Central Highlands Regional Council area falls within the CQ Regional Plan. The unfortunate issue with that is that the regional plan predates the current planning scheme, and as such, the scheme is considered to advance the requirements of the plan. On the other hand, then, local planning instruments are made by local governments in consultation with their communities. They help guide growth, development and change in each area and take into account the state planning interests outlined in the higher order state planning instruments. The three local planning instruments are the schemes, the TLPIs and the planning scheme policies. So as you'd all be familiar with, the planning scheme is the legally binding plan that considers state and regional planning interests as well as local matters. And it's a collaborative effort between councils and their communities. It outlines planning and development aspirations as well as infrastructure needs. And the planning scheme also outlines how development applications will be assessed by categorising development into types of assessment. And then the tables of assessment telling us where applications trigger different levels of assessment based on the area or the zone that they're located in. The planning scheme policies support the planning scheme and its administration, but do not categorise development or types of assessment. For example, a planning scheme policy may include details about how assessment matters under the planning scheme will be applied, such as templates for turning circles and parking spaces, or outline the procedures the local government will follow in administering development applications. And then TLPIs, as we saw with the renewable energy facilities, can be used to safeguard an area in an urgent or emergent circumstances, where making an amendment to the planning scheme would take too long. So in the instance that we had with the renewable energy facilities, it's essentially a band-aid fix to the planning scheme to get a quick fix on something. So in terms of the planning scheme assessment benchmark hierarchy, so the diagram here shows the hierarchy of assessment benchmarks where there is inconsistency between provisions within the planning scheme. So running from left to right, the strategic framework prevails over all other components to the extent of an inconsistency for impact assessment. So in terms of the assessment, as I mentioned previously, impact assessment has to be assessed against the whole planning scheme, which includes the strategic framework, whereas code assessment doesn't. Overlays prevail over all other components other than the strategic framework to the extent of the inconsistency. And then zone codes prevail over use codes and other development codes to the extent of the inconsistency. And so the planning scheme, when they were previously drafted, the state government had what was called the Queensland Planning Petitions, which basically set out a template for how planning schemes could be drafted so that there was consistency between planning schemes amongst councils within Queensland. So they had a very rigid way of setting out their overlays, their tables of assessment, the zone codes, and now with the Planning Act, the Queensland Planning Provisions dropped away, and so there isn't a formal requirement for that method to be followed anymore. We will still try and keep it consistent because it's easy for our community to understand, and anyone who's coming in from another council to do development in the region, if our planning schemes align with what they're used to in other councils. And then just for further information, the Planning Act is available online, plus the regulation, so you have links to all of these sites. The Department of State Development site has a lot of information on there in terms of fact sheets and information about the planning system. And then TRACK, which you've seen in demonstration a couple of times now, is Council's tracking system for development applications that we have currently in the system and applications that were decided from the 3rd of July onwards. Another one, which we have mentioned on occasion, it's not a council endorsed product or a state government product, but it's planningalerts.org. And so if you're particularly interested in what development might be occurring in a particular area, you can designate an area that you want to receive the planning alerts for, so that you don't have to troll council's website to see what's happening in the area. This website pulls information from all available information on council's websites to say, well, if I want to know what's happening around 65 Edgerton Street, I'll get an alert within a 5-kilometre radius. That's what I've set up as my radial figure. And just to conclude, we've got some fun, fast facts about our planning system, just to summarise the discussion today. So local governments are the key enablers of planning and development across Queensland. They prepare planning schemes and assess most development applications, giving consideration to what the community wants and the economic climate in the area. Each council's planning scheme outlines the land use aspirations for that community and how development applications will be assessed, so whether it's code, accepted development, impact or prohibited development. The Queensland planning system is an applicant-driven system. By taking charge of the process, applicants save time and contribute to a more efficient economy. The assessment system is described as performance-based, which means we clearly establish what we want to achieve, but don't mandate how to achieve it. And a council must accept and assess any application lodged with it, even if the application is inconsistent with the exceptions outlined in the planning scheme.
Thank you for those fun facts at the end there, Kirsten. Yeah.
I didn't hear any chuckles, but
No.
I didn't say they were funny.
You had to be
Really
there.
fun
I think you had to be there, Kirsten. Councillors, questions? I mean, obviously that is significantly detailed, I guess you'd say, comprehension of the process. The questions, always.
No, it's very informative.
Well, I guess it's impossible to say it's oversimplified, but I certainly suspect that the presentation is certainly Joe obviously got from there.
Yeah, Joe.
I guess, and someone willing to, get into the process would certainly take this as a pretty good insight into how it might work for them if you were going to launch it. Obviously needed to use the system, so.
And to avoid it being too cumbersome a presentation, we could have taken a mock development application just to see what the assessment process is, but in terms of timeliness, we just wanted to provide an overview snapshot of where all of the legislation sits in relation to the different levels and how we need to assess things against certain legislative documents.
It might be for one of Ryan's fun facts, development application examples that he usually provides in his monthly update. You might be able to just probably run through perhaps, even, as I say, once again, without oversimplifying, just run through that again, some of the processes.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can just add one thing, while it's just reinforcing what Kirsten said a couple of times, is the Planning Act now is an applicant-driven process, and from the Sustainable Planning Act to now, that's been a specific driver to try and ironically expedite the process, and in some instances that hasn't happened, where the applicants are not as responsive to being able to meet timeframes, and as a result, the timeframes are drawn out. So it was an interesting decision made, but it's something that we have to live with.
Well, I think, certainly from my perspective, the feedback I got from your forum was that, I think, the thing that sits a little bit is I suppose a slight deterrent is, certainly some of the language that's used in this, and I'm not for one moment suggesting that an applicant is going to be confronted with all this terminology, but I suppose in the really simplest form is, we just want people that want to actually make development applications have the opportunities that the region presents to make it as easy as possible, and where they may have deficits, that we're obligingly able to make sure that they keep interested and our demeanour keeps them interested. people at that forum with the opportunity of having a look at track even on an overhead were not, it doesn't change the intent or I guess you'd say the enthusiasm around anyone's development application. It certainly was interesting that they were able to follow that and engage them in the process. And I suspect that, with the greatest respect, as interesting as all this might look, it's not that interesting for a lot of people, even people that are investing a lot of money to actually, potentially get an outcome out of the system. We've got to find a way of making sure that, that they are engaged and they can feel that it's, there are responsibilities and timeframes that we are. Their intent is obviously to get an outcome that's good rather than to make it a process that scars them forever. So I suppose it's easy to say that, but that would be my great hope anyway.
And we understand the planning process isn't easy for the layperson to understand, and so our planners are available to help mums and dads out who need help filling in forms and things like that, so they can just follow up and we can guide them through the forms. They have, after the Planning Act commenced, they did try and reduce the number of application forms that were required, so you didn't need a different application form for different types of things. There are still questions in there that people get stumped on, so we are open to assisting customers in that, and also with the DA fund counter, when that happens, we'll have planners who are available to not only have them meet the planner sessions down at the fund counter, but if you're coming in to pay your rates and you want to talk about your planning application that you might not be lodging today or tomorrow, you can get that information and you can front load the process and find out what you need to have before you lodge that application, so that it can be as seamless as possible, not only for the applicant, but also the assessment manager. So we don't have to rely on an information request to ask you for the 7 items you missed in your lodgement. You know what you have to have as part of your lodgement to expedite the process.
Kirsten, that's really interesting to know, because we've had quite a lot of interest in rural living. Wanting to talk to somebody about splitting blocks and areas of our region that would be acceptable for such a application, I suppose. And the feeling is that they can't find out how to do it or who to talk to and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's really good to know that we can just say, please contact and ask you guys all the questions, because we don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's up to.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, when someone has an inquiry like that, obviously we don't want someone who's just prospecting in the region to come in with 10 properties and say which ones are which, but when you have a specific property, all they need to do is call customer service, and we have to comply with the customer service charter in terms of getting back to the customer in relation to their inquiry. So if they have a question about subdividing 65 Edgerton Street, we can talk them through the overlays, the application fees and process to give them that information, or whether it's going to trigger code or impact assessment. And so that can be the biggest deterrent for the mums and dad types of developers, because they simply don't want the risk of an impact application because of public notification, the extra cost, and then the potential for the appeal. Because if a submitter lodges an appeal, the appellant or the applicant gets drawn into it, so they have that cost burden. It's not to say that people don't run that risk, because there's plenty of impact applications that come through. So yeah, if we can provide that information. And also we did receive the grant funding this year for the interactive mapping. So as we talked about at the DA forum, the interactive mapping will help our residential community to actually have a look on the screen of the property that they're interested in, and they'll be able to bring up key information like the overlay codes, any restrictions on the block. So if there are potentially infrastructure issues on it or easements, if we can get that information integrated into it. And also then they can link to the planning scheme, which we're going to have an interactive planning scheme as part of the second grant funding we received, so that they can jump between the scheme much easier with the property they're inquiring about. So they may not need to even contact council, but we're still here and available if they do.
Now, any more questions, councillors? All right, well, the recommendation is there, we simply received that report. I know you'll pass out thanks on to Joseph. Thank you.
You might be listening, you might be one of our staff listeners.
That's right, is viewer number 19. No, look, thank you for that, but look, councillors, you said that we received it, someone happy to move that, moved by councillor Daniel, second councillor Bibblecombe, all in favour? Against? Thank you. All right, councillors, next item is on page 121, which is 15.2.3, which relates to the Capella Cats Closet Bakehouse project, and that comes under the authority of General Manager Daniel Fletcher of Communities. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, councillors, the purpose of this report is specifically to respond to a request from Councillor Cypher to provide an update on where this is at. So you'll note it is in an information report format, and as you'll note in the recommendations there, we're just hoping to have this received and note where the progress of the project is up to, and that we will be transferring budget internally from the Connected Communities team to cover the additional costs for the project. So running through the report, the initial cost estimate was around $166,000, and that was quite in excess of our original budget, which was $57,000. So a little bit of work had to be done to get some quotes more appropriately aligned to our budget and to the outcome. That quote, which did come back with $109,000, however, there was some issues with that one in terms of making sure that it met the needs of the CRG group, so some extra engagement was done with the group there to ensure that they were happy with the outcome. So at this stage we are progressing accordingly to deliver that project, and it will be a touch and go scenario on the June 30 delivery, noting that it's on 360 at the moment, and we're expecting that to close on the 16th of next month. So essentially on the 17th we're in a position to award that project, and 7 weeks from then, give or take what that looks like, should be completion. Fingers crossed. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor, no, I'm going.
Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just a concern I had when I first read this, that it appeared more of a request than a report. So happy to take it that it is a report. If it is a report, I'd really like to understand where the money was saved, and so that the internal process of transferring is above board, because I don't know that we've saved that amount of money. You're asking for $60,000, $61,300 or something, which is inclusive of the 10% contingency. So where did we actually save that money under that program? And if you could highlight that potentially verbally or at some stage.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that is a great question. I don't have the answers, but fortunately we have Suzanne Coulter in the back, our Manager of Connected Communities, who might want to come up and provide that information for us, where the savings are. But there certainly are savings that in the department.
Okay, so in regards to the savings that have been made on the design, the original design that was suggested was identified to be over-designed, so it included additional structural, which we'll call the steel, basically, was designed stronger and more over-structured than it needed to be to achieve what was needed to house the bakehouse oven. Do you want to add anything to that, Andrew?
Also, the concrete was much thicker than it needed to be, so that saves the money.
I think through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the question is where are we transferring money from?
Oh, beg your pardon,
so
sorry.
where have the savings occurred in the
of
department? Yeah, which projects are underspent?
Sorry, I answered the wrong question. So in terms of the additional funds to fund the project have come from projects that we have made savings from in Connected Communities. So one of those was within the libraries, we had the montage system. So what we were doing within that system, it's a database for capturing different images to catalogue them for historical purposes. So for example, different paraphernalia and memorabilia in our libraries that are to do with history, taking photos of them and scanning them and putting them into a system to make them available to our community. So we had identified $20,000 in the budget for that, which we have found a solution that costs nothing. So we saved $20,000 there. And there was a couple of other things, and I can't remember the full details of them, so I'll come back to you, Councillor, with those ones. So I might just provide a briefing back to councillors with the details of those.
If you could, and the purpose for it is I wasn't sure where they're coming from. And does the community, Councillor Cypher, own the bakehouse?
No, it's council.
Of course. So my concern is what it does to, and our finance manager isn't here, but what it does to our depreciation schedule. So we've gone from 57 up to 100, potentially up to 115. And what, how, you know, and this is what I mean by an information report, when it's actually probably a little bit deeper than that.
I think through you, Mr. Mayor, the information is to provide an update on where the project's at. So the project is continuing. We may need to come back to council and ask for additional funds to complete the project if we were unable to find the money within. But at this stage, there's no request or requirement from council to make a decision. We will just continue on and find the savings to complete the project. So the project has been endorsed previously. It's just more around what the issues were with the original budget that was allocated and how we went.
So the original budget that was endorsed and allocated was 57,000. Okay, so all I'm saying is that now it's double that, or just in excess of double, potentially double that. And the other thing is it's now carried over into next year. I see here that we wish for it to be carried over into next year as well, due to the timing.
Yeah, potentially. There may be a good scenario which brings it completed before June 30, but I think we're going to be touching on June 30.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, councillor, so I'm just discussing the CEO and the wording of the recommendation there, in terms of the process. You want to actually approve the transfer of that money?
To me, it just seems more than a report. I'm inexperienced in the matter. I'm happy to take the CEO or other councillors' advice on.
And through the Mayor, and that's the point I just discussed briefly with the Mayor. If I'm picking up on what you're saying, Councillor McInday, this has been included in the agenda as an information report, whereas there's a little bit more substance. It's actually proposing, well, it's not proposing. The GM has found a solution in that budget will be reallocated within the department to spend double what we anticipated on the project. And I'd go as far as then to assume that your view would be that that should be a decision of council, not necessarily an information update.
Exactly, Mr. CEO, because I don't know what we're taking the money from and what didn't get spent, or was it a project that wasn't and they've still found internal, and that we re-asked for next year or a following year, if that money is a saving, or was it just not spent, i.e. we didn't spend it at all. So then we get asked to do it again, and I've got nothing to understand to base the decisions on, transferring internally. So to me, it's more than a report. It's actual request.
Through the chair, if I may. We've had a previous resolution in a previous meeting where we requested a report to come back to council with I just forget the exact wording of that resolution, but with the intent of approving transfer of money. There was part of that previous resolution was to actually transfer money, which we approved.
I was thinking the same thing, Councillor, so either whether we resolved in the discussion, or it was obviously
that we were
the discussion of the change in the value of the project was certainly discussed, I thought, and it was going to be in some numbers there. But, you know, I'm just want to be sure that, you know, in terms of process, I'm sure that departments here in different departments obviously find money, reallocate money to cover budgets. But at the end of the day, I think there is the point here that we do want to proceed with this, and I suspect that that's what we're doing. We're doing it anyhow. But in terms of a process, you know, you want the wording to reflect.
At the moment, Mr. Mayor, it's implied that we're proceeding with the project, and the resourcefulness of the department is in that we've found savings from other projects. Suzanne's committed to providing a briefing note to councillors to clearly articulate where that all came from, so that you can have some assurance around whether that will manifest as a request in the next budget, or whether or not these are savings, and there's no pressure on council to resource those in future. So you'll get that clarity. Normally that would be included in the report if the report was put forward as a decision report, but because it's implied that the project's going ahead, this is couched as an information update. I take the point though, in hindsight, maybe it would have been better to.
So back to our previous resolution,
Which we're looking for now.
Yes, because that was a resolution that endorsed a further information, an update on the budget, with the intent to transfer money.
26 of the third, item number 9 on the.
Sorry?
Item number 9 on the outstanding actions.
On the meeting action too? So on the outstanding actions report, Mr. CEO, we've got from the 26th of March, we've got a mover by Councillor Sypher and second Councillor Elder, report of the Cotabato Gas project we provide the next general meeting, including a revised budget for this project for consideration by the council. So
that to me, Mr. Mayor, is council's expecting to make a decision on this project once it's provided with further information. So I accept that this should have been presented to council as a decision report. There's nothing stopping you doing that now, treating it as a decision to be made, and as the Mayor stated, that can be accommodated through making some adjustments to the wording. If council wanted clarification on where the cost savings have come from, we could defer it for 2 weeks, or if you're satisfied that information will come after today, we could make the decision now and get on with it.
I just wanted to add, I'm just looking over at Arinia, this adjustment would have in any case occurred during budget reviews 3, which is due. Yes, which is due in May. So traditionally, council would not allocate the funds now, but agree that it be adjusted during the budget review, which means savings gets reallocated.
Just for.
I just want to be sure though, Councillor McIntyre is not, there's no surprise that we knew this was going to be, there was going to be a higher cost. We're aware of that. It's just if it's about where the money in this process around how we've identified it and what we're proposing, well then we just need to straighten that up. I think if that's what council still want to do, I understood we were supporting this project.
I understood that too.
Well, I guess councillors, I'm looking for some words, Mr. CEO.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So we will just change this to CHRC, receive the report and approve the transfer of available budget from existing projects and communities towards the project to provide additional budget, and we should be clear with the amounts as well. So we'll add those in, which will be the total project budget is 109,335. Is that correct? It's increasing the budget from, we'll put the former amount in of 57k to the new amount of 109k.
57,500.
And then you might add a 0.3, Mr. Mayor, and that will.
Well, just haven't finished number 2. So at the start of dot point 2, you've got to approve the transfer, isn't it?
Yes.
And in the 190, we've also asked for a contingency of a further 10% on that 109.
It's already included, isn't it?
Yes, it's included, 106.
It says here plus.
Stop.
Yeah, it's 109,335, not 235.
So, but these two resolutions at least give us the mechanism to actually at least get it going. If there's any change to that amount, then obviously it's got to come back through a process here. Is that correct? So, would you add a part to that, or is these two parts of that resolution satisfy obviously the process we're in now, and if there's a change to that at some later point, that will come back to council?
That's correct. This allows things, this is the council making the decision for the project to continue, and it's authorised the extra budget for the project to continue. The only other thing we could add in there, Mr. Mayor, is to report back on where those savings were generated as a 0.3 if you want, even though you've got commitment from the manager to do that.
I don't want to start a precedent where we start actually nominating where everything comes from. We will find that. Otherwise, every process in this place will be broken up in other small.
Well, the normal process, Mr Mayor, would be for these matters to be dealt with
Within the budget review.
through the budget review process. So this is our sync, and it's either delay this until May 14th for the budget review or dispense with it now.
It's been delayed 5 years, so let's just make the decision today.
So what do councillors want to do, I guess? Within reason, and the CEO made a salient point before, you've got probably 2 out of 3 areas where the savings are going to come from, at the risk of another 1 area of budget. Are we happy to approve this, and obviously look at coming back through a process later on if we need to? Okay. Councillors, happy with that?
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr Mayor, but just I think the number that it should be there is the revised cost, which is 106. 975.
Plus, it says here in the report.
Plus the 10% contingency.
That there's plus 10% required as well.
We're on the commission of plus 2.
Yeah, we need to add that on so it's a final. Yeah, otherwise the reader of the minutes will be confused, not less ourselves.
The 10% contingency.
We'll just add it in that quickly. You don't need to identify the contingency, otherwise we'll set another precedent. So 106, 974, 106, 974, 17, 117, 6, 724, 7250.
But you need to put them in.
We're just going to put the final price in and not reference the contingency. Keep it nice and simple.
Yeah, it's been very simple so far. Keep going. 100, what is it, 117?
50 cents. Yeah. Someone can check that for me, but it's did that really quickly. And get rid of the, that's fine.
Right. Okay, this will get the project started. Someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor Daniel, seconded. Lapsus for one second.
We're just looking at the voted resolutions today.
But in that second paragraph, if we just put recommended the transfer of available funds from existing projects within the connected communities teams toward the project be provided at budget review time to allow this project to continue or to immediately start immediately or something. Can you just do that?
You can do that if you want to. This is jumping the queue and giving it approval now.
How will we fix it at the budget review? I don't know. That's
So the suggestion, which I believe that the Mayor is happy to accommodate, is that we don't need the detail on the tail end of part 2, where it says the additional budget to be approved at budget review 3, something along those lines. So approve the transfer of available budget from existing projects within the Connected Communities program towards the project to provide the additional budget required at budget review. Through. Roundabout way of trying to respect the existing processes but giving confidence that the project will go full steam.
It needs to start tomorrow. What's tomorrow, Wednesday?
Right, you happy with that now, councillor Daniels, is that okay? All right, so councillor Daniels has moved that, seconded, councillor Cypher.
So it's been
moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you very much. Councillor. Having fun with words. All right, councillors, move on to 15.3, which is our corporate services section with our monthly financial report. Thank you, Suzanne, and thank you, Mick, for straightening that out. Thinking on your feet, they call that, thinking on your feet. Well done. Now, Ron, you're involved in this. Helen's left you holding the computer.
Yes, she's coming.
She's coming back. Well, who's introduced you? Yeah. Councillor, the General Manager of Corporate Services obviously has another commitment this afternoon and she was unavoidably detained, so I might have the CEO just introduce our finance team.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Ron, who will present the monthly financial report. There's quite a lot of detail in this report, and as usual, I suspect you'll ask some questions, and Ron will go into what he believes is a sufficient level of detail. I might chime in and give him a hand if he needs. I'm sure he doesn't, but just to add a bit of value to the report. So if I can hand over to you, Ron.
Thank you, through the chair. Councillors, I'll just start off with the capital section first. I'm just going to present the OPEX side of the budgets. In terms of the capital, as at the end of March 2019, we've spent $46 million against a VR2 budget of 91 million. There's 21 million in commitments. So if we take the actuals and commitments, we have spent and committed 73% of our VR2 budget. Just a minor change on that is that 91 million has now reduced to 85 million and we are bringing it to council as part of VR3. So we revised 5 or 6 million there, and 4.4 million of that has been carried over into 1920, and 1.9 million is a straight reduction of the budget. So, councillors, on the next page there's a cash flow forecast where you'll actually see that we revised the June cumulative cash flow forecast to 85 million, and the remaining funds of 24 million are forecasted to be spent in the last quarter of this financial year.
So just to add on to that, council, if we pull that off, that'll be the largest CapEx spend that CHRC has ever achieved. The last time we came close to that was 2014-15, we hit the 62 million mark, and our average, our 6-year average anyway, is around about 51 million a year. So this will be a record if we can pull it off. You'll note that from our earlier meeting at Capella in February, we identified that there are a number of at-risk capital projects, and at the moment we think that that's around about 50 plus projects, equating to around about $7 million that we don't have confidence will be completed out of the 446 capital projects set to or budgeted for 18-19. You have received the granular or the line-by-line information on each one of those projects. What you haven't received is the turnaround or the mitigating strategies that we can implement to possibly get some of those things done. Noting that we've still got 8 weeks left, so it's not as though anyone is giving up, but there certainly is some of that capital that is at risk of not being completed, and hence the recent CapEx delivery turnaround strategy that was presented to council, which we're developing as we speak. So 85, still a big number. That's the target.
So, council, if I can also move on to the Works for Queensland projects. We've spent, of the 2.5 million, we've spent 1.1 million so far as at the end of March, 321,000 in commitments. That's a 57% actuals and committed altogether, with 7 projects being finished practically, and the remaining projects forecasted still to be completed by 30th of June 2019.
What's through the chair, it's our level of confidence that we'll be able to complete all the works for Queensland by the 30th of June?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The managers have confidently expressed confidence that all of the funds will be spent on all of the projects.
Okay.
I have a question. If a project has started and it's not practically completed,
yes,
can that money be approved to be spent beyond that?
It can be, yes,
Okay.
except that the council has to fund the remaining portion.
So, well, that's an important PS.
That's really.
So really, what you're saying, Ron, is come 30th of June, whatever has been expended with works for funds, and that's it.
Yes.
We have to find the money in our budget to finish the project.
Yes, so sorry, probably misunderstood your question, council. If a project was started, but is not finished as of 30th of June, we probably have to, we can swap projects and include other new projects which are more, where we have high confidence level of delivery to swap projects in. That project still cannot exceed the quantum of $2.5 million, so $2.5 million is capped.
Yeah.
But you can still include.
So we can swap it, but it obviously can only be swapped onto an item that's not already in their budget.
No, they can be in our budget.
Can it?
Yes.
That is one of the criteria.
That only formulates the criteria when applying, not after the.
That's right. It's after the works have been approved, projects can be changed.
Okay. Because there's a big gap, and we've only got 8 weeks to the end of June. And I mean, I am personally aware of some projects that I do not believe will be done.
And through the mayor, if I could, maybe there's an opportunity for councillors to flag someone that they're concerned about, because I'm sure the general managers might be able to make a remark or two about specific projects.
I'm not sure that they can, I've tried. Well, the first one, the Ralston Oval Canteen and kitchen upgrade. There's problems there. In fact, I know there's problems there. And I just want to clarify, the Ralston bus shelter, it says completed, but there is actually no bus shelter there. It's just a concreted, like, area, set down area for kids, like there's no bus shelter. It's like a pathway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can, the council comments with the community overall of Ralston, so we have received some quite out of sync quotes for that particular project, so it may be a scenario where we have to reposition that project for something else at that centre to make do with that money.
Because I understand the quote that has come in is exorbitant due to timeframe. So, in that case, that's one that we need to really talk about. It would be better to look at putting, well, have a conversation about it anyway, because of quote. So that's one.
We've got these minutes, mine, these ones.
And the bus shelter, that, as I said, it is not a bus shelter, so I don't know how we get away with saying we've completed a bus shelter when it's concreting.
There's two there.
And the town entrance statements,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they're expected to be completed.
Good.
Any other projects, council, if you will? So that thing that is supposedly a bus shelter, is that the bus sit-down area or a shelter area, or is it, could be just in the name, or what's?
I don't know, Mr. Mayor, look at the description for the title, but a shelter usually means that there's some sort of covering.
Yeah.
protection.
I've just got a note from Jason Hooley, and it said they've ordered the structure of the shed.
Well, it just says it's completed.
Yeah, it says completed and it's got $10,481 against it as the actual expenditure.
But make a note, it will have to be followed up, there's.
Yeah.
Please raise the Springshire Showgrounds car park and bus bay seal pavement works, which says it's completed and it's over budget. But it has got to have at least that money spent again because it is of no use at all.
You want money to use.
Sorry. Oh, jeez.
When the car park you could use.
Sorry. Sorry, so that's the Springshore Showgrounds?
Yeah, Springshore Showgrounds, there's the Springshore Showgrounds dining hall access upgrade.
Yep.
So that's in progress, that's a doorway, but the showgrounds down further, car park and bus bay, that was part of the disability entrance, which is, there's got to be further car park seal and pathway to meet that path. I don't know where that's coming from.
So, Mr. Mayor, with any of these projects that are being raised here as projects of concern by council, what we can do at the next finance report to council, we can just bring back an extra sheet or two of detail around these projects and where they're at.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, I think all of them probably
All
require
the
that detail,
ones.
because, I mean, I could list a few here that I don't know where they're at, because,
Yeah,
you know, we have only got a list.
happy to do that.
I think to respect the conversation out there with the room before, I mean, you know, if they're not started, then they're not going to be done, or we need to find out replacements for them, obviously.
The question I had through the chair was, the funding has to be expended, fully expended by the 30th. That's provides that there's no opportunity to go around it. So that it's a distinctly different conversation than our CapEx, that we can have a project practically complete and still pay invoices into the next financial year. Now, the project managers on these projects appreciate that.
And the other, the risk for us is partially completed projects then become our responsibility in funding. And you know, here we are, we've got $2.5 million worth of projects, albeit some of them not costed down to best guess, but we've only expended $1.1 million. So that's a big gap, a big risk at the moment, which might fall onto us if those things are started and not finished.
So, through Mayor, question. The Springshore Clip Street footpath rehabilitation, so of the $200,000, they've spent $176,000. So there's $24,000 there that is not spent. Can it be put to something else, or you?
Yes, through Mr. Mayor, yes, Councillor Ward. Any surplus funds can be reallocated within the program. So project can go over or under, and any surplus deficit funds can be reallocated within different projects. As long as there's 2.5 million.
So we have to nominate where it goes. And fixing up the showgrounds thing.
Well, I suspect that they come from 2 or 3 different departments, so the sooner we get those back, the better.
It'll have to be next meeting, Mr. Mayor, I think, given the urgency around, and I guess the conditions of this grant funding, there's no choice.
Yes. All right. Helen, were you adding to this report? I wasn't insisting that you did, but I think Aurora did actually say you wanted to help with this operator.
I'm happy to take any questions on the operating.
Just while Helen gets comfortable, Mr. Mayor and councillors, I should acknowledge Julie Bruce. Julie's in the gallery. She's our new, I think we're acting or interim finance manager. Julie's ex-council, city council, and she comes to us courtesy of Mark Ogston's firm leading roles, I believe.
Yes.
So I'm sure at the next meeting, you'll probably see Julie sitting here and answering some of your questions. So welcome.
To be kind for a couple.
All right, yeah, thank you, John.
Through the Mayor. The council reported an operating surplus of 8.4 million at the end of March, and operating activities are generally in accordance with forecasts at this stage of the financial year. Council's cash position remains strong, with cash totalling 136 million at the end of March, with the balance expected to reduce as funds are expended as part of the CapEx program. The current balance of cash as of today is 126 million, which is a reduction of 10 million since the end of March. So we'd expect further reductions in the cash balance up to the end of June, but this will be offset by the second half order levy due to be received at the end of May. Council's sundry debtors as at the 31st of March stand at 2.6 million, with 62% of this balance representing invoices raised in March. So this reflects Council's, strong recovery of our other debtor accounts. At 31st of March, the total overdue rates was approximately 6.43 million, and this was represented by 2016 assessments. The balance as at today, 30th of April, is 4.9 million. And second reminder notices will be issued later this week. The second half order levy was issued on the 18th of April with a due date of the 23rd of May. This levy totalled 8.8 million. Currently, we have 334 rate assessments at our external debt recovery firm, and this represents about 1.6 million. Finally, in relation to rates, just an update on our sale of land for rate arrears. Council's third round of the sale of land process is well underway, and as of today, we have recovered a total of 220,000 from 9 of 32 properties. So probably that process will end sometime in July with the auction. And that's it. I'm happy to take any questions.
No questions, Councillor, on the operating? Gee, Ron, you've got a dud steer today, haven't you? Don't take that cattle on again. All right, well, just on that, I mean, I hope, all the managers of those respective projects, understand, I mean, we've all understood for 2 years that the time frame, so I guess, I'd be very concerned if, there's another, should have been a sense of urgency a few months ago, but, this is pretty disappointing, I suspect that, we're scrambling again. This is something we shouldn't be doing, I can assure you, it doesn't look very good. So the sooner we get those back and the sooner we know that. There might be a really, really good explanation around where that should be, but certainly at face value, when you've got a $2.5 million expenditure required and we're less than half of that with 8 weeks to go, it's, you don't have to be rocket science to sort of realise that, the explanation better be quantifiably superior, because that's a lot of expenditure that's got to happen. Particularly when we're also talking about turning other projects around in their CapEx. So I just, it beggars belief that we're going to get all this work done. So, yeah. Councillors, any other questions in there? Sorry, Councillor Ross.
Question of Gerard about the debt relating to Department of Transport for the RFBC invoices?
That's a financial type of question which I probably wouldn't be able to answer straight off the bat, because I don't necessarily get I'm not across the process or.
Yeah, so would those invoices, would that money have to be expended by?
They have a due date, I think, in the order of, is it May, Wednesday? I can't remember when our exact last date for invoicing is, but I can find out. But normally my guys are pretty good at making sure that when Main Road start hounding us to get money off their books, that we get it in a timely manner.
Yeah.
But in terms of the process of invoicing, I'm not 100% across the actual mechanism of our payments occur. All I do know is that we make sure we get all our invoices in time.
Okay. So that's in relation to sales and recoverable works there. Councillor Rolt, the RMPC stuff. Yeah. All right. Any other questions, councillors?
No, but Mr Mayor, I would like to really commend on, in the summary of, well, the explanations in the summary. I thought it was, maybe I've never seen it before, maybe it's always been there, but to me it's very much more in depth and quite, the commentary around it is quite complementary to what we need to know. So whoever has introduced or expanded on that, very, very good.
So the explanations around the variances?
And yes, that's correct.
A little bit different from the cat's closet previously. Well, I won't raise that. We won't open
I think they're pleasing dogs like.
We're done, I think we're done. All right, well, look, councillors, the recommendation is there that we receive that monthly financial report. We do thank everyone and Helen and the team, and welcome Julie too. And try not to look so concerned, Julie, please. But yeah, look, I think that as Councillor McIntyre said, there's some good explanations in there, some of those variances. But the report is there to receive it. So someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Roll, seconded by Councillor Brimblecombe. Moved and seconded, all in favour? Against? Thank you. And thank you, Mr CEO, for your contribution to the financial.
Yeah, well done, Scotty.
Very minimal. Take you back to the old days. Councillors, back to infrastructure and utilities. Kim is here for the NDLRA monthly update. That is on page 144 of your agendas. Thank you, Gerard, if you do that.
Through the chair, councillors, this should be the shortest report today, I expect. Do you want to hit the high points? Effectively, we're in the home stretch with the contracts reaching practical completion and money being fully expended over the next couple of weeks.
Hi, councillors. As Gerard said, we are very close to completion of this, particularly the works being delivered by our contractors. This report is actually from information from the end of March, so it doesn't include all the April works. But of our contractors, Keltone, Bellequip, CMC, for both of their contracts have all requested practical completion as of today and yesterday. That has not actually been awarded yet. It's all still subject to inspection and all those sorts of things, but they are of the opinion that they have completed all the works required. Just as a follow-on from last meeting, Keltone are still waiting for a floodway on Echo Hills Road to come out of the water. Every time the water goes down, it rains again. So just looking at options on how to manage that. Other than that, day labour are still on track. And TNC excavations also ramping up with theirs again as well. They've actually brought in another crew as well. So no real concerns at all. Yeah.
Just a quick question then, based on the financials, which is end of March, how many $1 million in terms of accrual will occur in the next month or so? In other words, how much more money to spend on the cash flow? Can you remember I thought it was about $6-7 million that was.
Yep, so just while I've been sitting there, I've received $3.5 million in claims, just from CMC and Bellequip. So I expect a big claim from TNC this time around, because they haven't actually claimed any of their materials yet. So that will put their payment up. So yeah, they're well on track. TNC will have another additional claim in May.
Plus day labour. So I think the figure I had way back in March was about $7 million of
Yes,
road.
yeah.
That comes off the capital works spend challenge that we've got.
Questions?
And also, councillors, at the last meeting, I said I could bring the report that I issued to QRA. Do you require any explanation on that? Basically what it is, starts with the submissions, QRA approved value, and then estimated final costs. The blue section is the day labour delivery, and so broken down into what they were just delivering as part of the ordinary process. The next two lots of columns are the two contracts that we have awarded to day labour, and then the final columns are where they're at the end of March. One of the issues with the day labour delivery, at this stage I'm still unable to allocate costs against submissions. So the value delivered to date is not necessarily what it's cost us. That's just the way it's been set up to show it is 100% delivered their work on that submission. It's not what it's actually costing. Because there is savings in there. I think it's orange, it's a really odd colour on my printout. The contractor delivery is all based on the actual value of contracts that we awarded. Delivered to date is the value of their sites completed, and this does include their claims, so that is what we have paid for. So if we haven't paid for it, it's not shown as complete. So again, when you get to the end of that, through all the different packages, there is the total there. The second bottom line in the total under the contractors cost to be allocated. That is costs such as their establishment costs, queue leave, those sorts of things, that until they've actually finished delivery, we can't pro-rata the costs to the roads. We need to have their final payment and then pro-rata it back. So that will end up distributed across all the packages, depending on what roads the contractors delivered. Pending column is basically sites that were delivered by alternate means early on. I have not put through a variation to NDRRA to remove them, pending the possible requirement to undertake more works on them. So that's why that 690,000 is just sitting there, split out, and that hasn't actually changed from the original spreadsheet that's included in this report. So then we get to the totals. So just a further breakdown, that's got an error in it. So the value of all the works, what is complete, what is in delivery phase, through to the total overall, 98%. Project management is an estimate based on 10% is what QRA will reimburse us for. And so the estimated final cost, 36 million. That is across both last year and this year. So all these figures include our expenditure from last year as well, because it's a 2-year project. Then the final page, expenditure. So direct costs, we have the actual and what is committed. And then under project management, excuse me, we have actual and then what is committed to give, again, the total of 29 million. Any questions on all that?
What works that occur in the east, is that anything, what area is that actually taking? Is that taking like the near Downs, that area?
It's basically east of Comet. There is some works around Blackwater, down to the south and sort of to the north of area. From there to the eastern boundary.
I assume south was sort of like Blackwater, Emerald.
It depends on where the roads start, yeah. If you give me 30 seconds, I can go and get you a map, or I can send it out to you, but it's sort of no straight lines, it's the roads. So some of central sort of encroaches on to the west, to the east. It was split as evenly as possible.
So the reason for my question is, and I have put in a request for this, but and I assume this would be done under the day labour component of this, unless it's done right outside of NDRAA, but would it be normal for us to cart material from Blackwater to Bohemia?
It depends on availability of supply. There is potentially different reasons for why that would happen. I know our contractor with the south package at the moment is carting from Blackwater, pending availability of supply from Springshaw.
Is nothing in Banana Shire?
They have submitted samples for testing from Fairfields, is it? Freshfield, Fairfields?
Fairfield, yeah.
Fairview, it's in Banana Shire, that have been approved. The issue with that one in particular, to cart it from there to where they were going, actually a longer route down and around.
And our Mungabunda quarry's no good?
Sorry?
Our Mungabunda quarry's no good down there?
Contractors must get it from a registered licence quarry, not from a council pit.
And it really worries me because we've just spent money on the Fitzroy Development Road, Bohemia to Duringa. And really that was at such a good standard, and here we are driving trucks back and forward over that road to fix another road. And it's the same old yarn.
From the contractor engagement point of view, I cannot tell them where to buy their material from. I've had conversations with them, definitely. The most I can do, under the contract, they are required to submit their test results for approval before they start carting material. If the material doesn't meet standard, then it's rejected.
Are we paying for that cartage?
Just very quickly, the issue that you're raising, Councillor Jason, has been looking at it since he came in this morning. That is a full service contract, not NDRAA. So what it means is the contractor, to deliver the work, has to source his own gravel in his bid. So we can't dictate and say, well, you're the cheapest price, you're ordering from Blackwater, but we want you to order from someone else. So that's the one thing. And apparently that was one of our day labour jobs, and apparently they've only, for that specific job, only 26 trucks run down that way. it is unfortunately with the full service, that's the problem you face. If you ask a contractor to do the job for you, full service, then you have to expect that if he wins it on price, that he's gravel, wherever he gets it from, has to be acceptable.
The thing that's confusing, I think, is through the mayor, market forces would normally dictate that you would want to draw from a pit within close proximity to reduce your travel costs, because if it's a full service contract, then there's more profit available to the contractor. So it just boggles the mind to think that a contractor is prepared to cut excessive distances. So you normally wouldn't write something like that into a contract, but it just became more of a problem, I guess you could want it. Like we talk about many things with procurement about wanting to spend local, we'd be wanting to encourage contractors not to cut excessive distances over our roads, because even though we might get value for money on the contract, we're creating other asset pressures. It just seems strange that the market doesn't sort some of these things out.
And there's a lot of underlying factors which I'm not going to put my finger on, because I don't have the evidence in front of me, is that the other contractors may not have wanted the work and didn't price it competitively. There's a lot of things that could play out. So and unless you do a full analysis of value for money, etc., one has to see a full service, lowest price would have to have a very good reason to haul over distance.
I think the councillor advised that she's made a request in relation to this, so I imagine there'll be more information available when that's responded to.
Just to add to it, nice having a conversation happening here. Munga Bunga apparently didn't have material on site, so they would have had to crush for the project. So that's another factor that plays into it. So that builds in a lead time. If you're talking about delivering works, can we afford to sit back and wait another 3 months? That we just have to get better at it.
Well, not at the risk of this continuing through the mayor, I think the comment was made that Munga Bunga wasn't a registered pit, so why is it in contention?
I don't know, it's just passed me that message. I don't know what they expect for the works, but we will bring information back.
And just further, and Kim, you might know this, would it be normal practice for people quoting on floodway upgrades to do desktop or remote assessments and submit quotes just on what they might see from the desktop? And I'm just asking.
At their risk, yes.
Yeah. So are you seeing that happen? And are you seeing any issues arising from contractors using that approach?
I'd have to say with the flood restoration, particularly the betterment floodway package that went out, I am aware that they wanted coordinates so they could zoom in on Google Earth and whatever and have a look. But we sent a lot of photos as part of the tender documentation. I am aware of 2 different tenderers who actually came out on site and done inspections, but we didn't have an arranged inspection day. That was very much put back in their court, but I guess outside of flood restoration, it's not necessarily normal to provide a lot of photos, but we well and truly did. And it is, all the works were based on a schedule of quantities, unit rates, those sorts of things as well. So, and design drawings for the betterment.
If this refers, say, to Echo Hill, where I suspect that floodways only flow since recent rains, that probably by the time when these guys were tendering it was bone dry, and they may have had a high level of confidence that they'll get the control. So again, that's the force majeure factor where they may have thought that a contractor may believe that he can deliver it quite quickly and efficiently, and then the rains come, and then we have to manage that as well. I'm not suggesting this is the case, but that could be a
Sorry, through the chair, there is a difference between betterment work on floodways and restoration work on floodways. So, and on any of our sites. Restoration work is to restore to previous standard. So again, that is a treatment designated by QRA. They have a list of treatments that you can use. They approve a quantity. They have our unit rates, and that is the value approved. So when it goes out for tender, it goes out again with damaged photos, with the approved treatment and the approved quantity. That is what the tender is actually priced, and within limits, that is what they deliver. We have gone through quite a few variations where, for whatever reason, the treatments in the submissions, and so the treatments that were approved are maybe not appropriate. So we have amended treatments with approval from QRA. Yeah, we have reconstruct sections of road, and that treatment includes putting a 40mm asphalt on the top, where when you go into the road, it's gravel with bitumen seal. So we changed the treatment to suit what is there.
So just, and the reason for my question is that I've heard this anecdotally, that we've let tenders, a couple, to contractors who've done desktop analysis of what they think is the site. In fact, it's been the wrong site. And in fact, it's what, sorry? In fact, it's been the wrong site. And in some of those roads, the Wheeler Dangy Road's a good example, you have sometimes multiple floodways within close proximity. But this example particularly was in relation to the Bikini area, and I said, look, I really don't know if there's any truth in this, but I just wondered if is this something that you guys have experienced where people are doing desktop quotes, had a visit to the site and quoted on the wrong floodway, and in actual fact it's...
No, so with the Reaper work, when it goes out for tender, it has the designated treatment and the approved quantity. So the specifications that go out say this is what this treatment involves. The schedule also includes the changes from where the work is. With our tenders, we included all the GPS coordinates for where the work was. For the extent of the work, yes, a lot of them do come up with a standard unit rate that applies, you know, a gravel resheet on whatever road, it's the same unit rate here, or here. The restoration work generally does not require a full on-site assessment because it has been, excuse me, done as part of the flood damage assessment that has gone into the submission that has been approved by QRA. So the outcome of all that is what the contractors are tendering on. I'd be very concerned if they're doing the work somewhere where they shouldn't be. But there is also sites that were put into QRA that were rejected for whatever reason. So, yeah, the location of sites is very clearly set out for the contractors, which is different from our betterment stuff.
All right, councillors, I'm just been a bit conscious of the time here. We've got another agenda item, and we've got 2 closed session items to get through. So, is there any other questions, Kim?
No, thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah. So the recommendation is there that we receive that report. Is someone happy to move that we receive it? Moved by Councillor Ross and Councillor Brimblecone. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Thank you, Gerard, as well. Righto. Councillors, the Central Highlands Development Corporation, General Manager Sandra Hobbs is here for the service level agreement update quarter 3. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, present to you the response to the Q3 service level agreement update. It was presented to the CHDC 11th of April board meeting for the director's consideration, and I now provide this report to councillors for their information as well. You'll notice that there's two attachments also provided in addition to the operational plan, which is Schedule B of the service level agreement. It provides the status update of all of the activities of CHDC and the components that include key performance indicators for those activities. And we've also provided a 2018-19 snapshot, which takes the activity of what CHDC has been involved in as a reflection of some components of those activities up to February. So I'll take the report as read. The snapshot is there to give you a brief understanding of individual components of the outcomes, but also to give you a bit of a reflection of some of the activity in relation to business in the region. For example, through our CQ JobLink platform, to February, there were in excess of 400 jobs advertised during that period of time. We had over 7,000 visitors through the Visitor Information Centre. We had in excess of 900 tenders advertised via our weekly e-news or our tenders online, which are available for businesses to benefit from. CHDC also generated just over $1 million in additional income through grants, sponsorships and other programs and activities that the organisation's been involved in. There was 40 hours of shooting that went into videoing, that went into the development of the livability video. And I'll leave you to go through the rest of those, but there's been significant activity through events, workshops, and other aspects of what CHDC does. And aware of time, if there's any questions that councillors have in relation to that report.
Any questions, councillors? Pretty nifty snapshot there.
So there's a recommendation there for council to receive that report on CHDC's third quarter update.
So Sandra, I noticed this was on your list, that's revised.
So there's, so that was the February 18 one, so there has been some revision of it, but yeah, and this snapshot was also to February this year. So the CHDC board meeting was meant to be in March, but we had to carry it over just because some of the directors weren't available for the meeting, so which is why it's not to April.
There's a small spelling mistake in Rowena's name in the snapshot.
Thank you.
No, that's fine.
Who's this slipping?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was doing something for Councillor Ross, so there I was just.
I think it's good, that snapshot's great with some forward.
So we'll continue to do that as a probably easier view of activity. It obviously doesn't reflect all of the activity, but it does put some highlights out there and provide some basic information to you as well for your own purposes and use. So, councillors, if there is anything in particular in the activity that's identified in the operational plan that you wish to get more information on, then please feel free to make contact with us and we can take you through that in further detail.
Well, the recommendation is there to receive that. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Godwin, second. Councillor Rimblecombe. Councillors moved it, seconded, all in favour? Against? Right, I think that's our agenda at the moment. Councillors, we need to go back to some action reports that are required for closed session. Before I do, there's any general business before I do that?
No, it's fine.
I've got one item, Mr Mayor. The Government Managers Australia, Queensland Awards for Excellence are coming up again. In fact, I'll be on in Brisbane on the 30th of May. And we have 4 nominations in, and they are for the game plan, for the youth strategy, the Native Title Forum, and also for the Springsure Bank Capricorn. And in order to obtain any sort of an early bird discount, it needs to make a decision today if we were going to send an elected member. We certainly will have a couple of staff that have a connection to those nominated projects. So we thought there might be an opportunity for council to be identified to that event. Yeah, so, well, Courtney will be there representing council in relation to game plan. We've got Josh Butler, the youth strategy, Steve Williams will cover too, the Native Title Forum and the Capricorn Bank. Perhaps with Councillor Ross having involved in the Capricorn Bank Local Opportunity. It's a 30th of May. It's a gala.
Sorry, show.
So,
Springsure show.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to go. You don't have to go. There's going to be staff going to be there with the council.
No, we want you to look up.
I'm just looking, fridge makers. No, I'm not, I'm actually away.
Oh, sorry.
Where is it actually at, Scotty?
It's at Tranquillar Gardens, Wynnum Road.
In Wynnum Road.
What sort of suburb are we talking about?
Wynnum Manly.
Wynnum East.
Oh, Brisbane?
Yeah, Wynnum East. Yes.
Well, I am down at the Gold Coast.
Well, you're in Salon, you're still in the same state, mate.
Yeah.
Almost a short time, just up the road.
Well, would you want to go, councillor Mackett?
I just have to double check my schedule. You'll have to make a decision today, so I'll say no.
Well,
I'll have to say
Can we
no,
endorse
because I'm very-
Councillor McInerney?
Well, can councillors, can we endorse councillor McInerney on the basis that we can come back to us and we'll make another decision?
We won't have time, but just.
Well, if it's in a day, he's only going to go home and check with Tracy, is that correct?
Does it have to be?
No, I've got to check with QRL, that's all.
Okay.
RSVP is the 10th of May, so we've got up until then.
But the early bird special.
Oh, it's the 10th of May, 10th of May, and our next meeting is after that, so. Sorry for that. Late order.
We have a second person, then maybe if Councillor McIntyre can't make it.
There's an airport there, it's an opportunity to have councillor there, but it's given that there's four initiatives nominated, it's an opportunity to have a senior rep of council.
All right, so we nominate councillor McInerney, subject to approval. All right, someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor Godwin-Smith, seconded by councillor Brittlecombe, that councillor McInerney, subject to confirmation, the council's representative at the LGMA Awards for Excellence. 2009, you've got a bit of a reputation to keep up. I think we clinched an award there last time, Sandra, so CHDC got an award there. We won the Premier's Award, I think, the other Minister's Award, Sterling Kingswood. All right, all in favour? Against? Thank you.
And now that that's passed, Mayor, I can mention that it's black tie.
So take you.
Look at that.
Thank you. Righto. Any other business? Well, I'll suggest we move into closed session. If someone would like to do that, please. Moved by councillor Daniel, second councillor Godwin-Smith. All in favour? Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
That's not the reason. I did get.
All right, councillors, those two reports that we just considered, the recommendation there on item 12 relating to an expression of interest process, that our regional council continue with the expression of interest process and seek offers from respective proponents. Someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor Rolfe, seconded. Councillor Godwin-Smith, all in favour? Against? Thank you. And councillors, in respect of our turn on to technology 1, there's a recommendation here that we receive. Someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor Cypher, seconded. Councillor Rolfe, all in favour? Against? Thank you. So, Councillor McIntyre, you may not be available for the tonight.
I'm definitely not.
Other councillors like to go or attend? What did you say? That'd be Thursday, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Before the Springshore show?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Not necessary.
Available, but also bingo, CRT.
It's all right, councillors.
Yeah, save the road.
Councillors, there are people going, so it's not, we're not compelled to have a council representative there. I mean, it is an LGMA show, but the councillors are frowned upon, but I take that back. But no, councillors, you don't feel compelled to go. I mean, we're represented by staff. So, if you've got something on, Councillor McIntyre, Brimley Palmer might suggest stick with that. That's the case. All right. Leave it there. All right.
So there won't be anybody at the CFD?
Yeah, I'll be at the CRT. I won't be at the.
Okay, well, councillors, we've got 5 minutes to get you on the ball. Everyone is coming, I suspect. Right, well, I suggest we get down there. Thank you, councillors. Thank you all. Thank you, Marnie. I declare the meeting closed at 5:54 p.m.